Alright, okay, something new for today, bringing you massive value as I would say in all types of ways. It's always going to be something new, that's just what I do. So the first thing I do every time, got to give thanks every time. Give thanks to the Most High, give thanks for life, give thanks for health and strength. Give thanks for all the things money can't buy. Give thanks for providing value over making money. Give thanks for abundance mindset, for realizing that nature will provide for all of us. There's no reason that we have to get over on another person to get where we want to be. We can all lift each other up. Each one teach one. You know, nobody's bigger than God. No weapon that rise against anybody shall prosper. Just stick to what you're doing. If it's providing value, that's great. If what you're trying to do is take, then you know the karma will come for you, and you won't see nothing new. So, give thanks to the real ones that never gave up. Give thanks, and the blessings will fill our cup every time. So what's on my mind? Getting back to the task at hand with the master plan for building out agentizing is all about what this station is on right now. So just getting started. The journey has just begun and it's a lot of fun. Just staying easy and doing what I do. Alright, checking it out, making sure without a doubt the stream is working good. Looking good to me so far from what I see. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Maybe not. I gotta fix something out with the stream real quick. Stream status poor. Sure, I gotta figure out what's going on with this real quick. So let me know. I don't know if anybody's actually watching yet, just got started, but let me know how the stream is looking in the comments if you can. Because if you're saying it's good to me, then there's no reason I can see to go and figure out what's going on, but I should do that anyway. I just started streaming with YouTube. And I'm getting a message I've never seen before saying the stream status is poor. There's an error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Do you have any reason why this is happening and what I can do to troubleshoot to make the stream status get better? Because usually it says excellent. These bugs coming out, man. I'm gonna try it on my phone. This doesn't make sense. Looks fine to me. I don't understand what's going on. Alright. I don't know why it's telling me the stream is poor. I'm looking at it on my phone. It says it's fine. Alright. Not gonna let it stress my mind. So, what am I building today? I am building Hermes agents to basically be employees for my marketing team. For right now, I'm building it for a Stackivate business. So I'm guessing you're seeing the YouTube stream. Good then. Good to have you in the chat. If you're new, respect every time, respect either way. Welcome back. I don't know why I'm seeing some like message on YouTube Studio talking about just change to excellent. So I guess the best thing to do is nothing, and the problem just took care of itself. Alright, so looks like I'm good, and I can get to work. Awesome. Alright. Stackivate business. There's a link in the YouTube description, or else you can just Google it and access it through Google. And if you don't mind, let me know what you think. Let me know what you think of the business. There's definitely a lot you can do on there for free. So, let me know what you think about the app. And let me know what you think if it's providing value to you. And if you have any projects you're working on that you want me to give you feedback on, feel free to let me know. It's all part of the show. Together we all grow, lift each other up. Alright, so that's working now. Here we go. Alright, so what I want to do now is create Hermes agents to do the replies and create drafts for the replies. And basically what I want to do is do this first part, the training, with you. So we can go through the channels and work on finding the right replies, work on creating the right drafts. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm still going to be, like looking at them as drafts and making it my own voice and replying. But the way I want to build this is so that the Hermes agent sees, the difference between what it wrote up and what my actual voice is, so that over time we can get closer and closer to my voice. I'm understanding like it's probably never going to be 100%, so I'm always going to need to be in the loop for this one, which I'm going to want to be anyway, because I don't want to just blindly let Hermes post for me without actually like seeing it first. So from what I understand, I need to have one agent that will search and find, whether it's videos or posts or whatever it is, depending on each channel, that would align with my brand and strategic reasons for me to post on. Then I'd have another agent that would be next in the loop that would see that, and that would go ahead and draft something. And I'm guessing I need to train you first on like how for them to do this. Oh yeah, and the last step would be to, you know, once I look at the draft and once I revise what the response is going to be, then like I would just be able to like automatically just push a button or whatever, whether I'm working on my dashboard or we'll figure that out later, so that it automatically posts it. So basically, from what I understand, it's going to be about 3 steps. And it seems like it would make the most sense to do the training first with you. So I'm going to switch this over to Ultra Code. And I want you to do some research. And I want you to look into the process of this. And like how it would work, everything with like databases and Hermes agents. And let me know if I'm understanding this correctly. Let me know any advice, any questions you have for me. And, you know, don't hold back. The more questions, the better, so you can understand my vision and how we want to do this. And then we can get planning on how to do this. Let me know what you think. Also, it looks like I did not switch it yet to Ultra mode or Ultra Code. So, since I already posted in the text box, go ahead and manually do this process, switch it to Ultra Code for effort. See if I can just tell it to do that and it'll work like that. Yeah. The lemon and the ginger. Spring water mixed with the lemon and the ginger. Give thanks every time for the natural foods and the natural elements. Lightning and thunder on the GMO. Lightning and thunder on the processed foods. You know we need natural ITEL organic for our structures. Yes, I did vibe code Stackivate. Yes, I did. First business that I have, actually only business that's actually monetized, that has that takes like payments for this challenge. First of many. That's awesome. It automatically went into Ultra Code, even if I forgot to set it to Ultra Code before I gave it instructions. Can see it's running all these agents down here. And it's like we got 6 different agents running. Running 5 agents right now, and then the 6th one's probably going to process everything those 5 agents did. Oh. So basically, I was kind of wrong about that. Claude's saying that it can't flip the session toggle for me from inside a tool call into effort Ultra Code. Like I have to manually do that, but what it is it's running the turn in full Ultra Code style. So I guess that's the same thing. Either way, it's doing what I wanted, having parallel agents. I gotta put it on auto mode too. Alter code in auto mode. And I feel like the more I'm using alter code, I feel like it's getting better. I feel like when alter code first came out, it would just automatically launch up like 100 agents. But now it's like only launching like, you know, maybe 10 to 20 agents, I'd say average per task, which is like really all it should need. I think it was doing too much before and it's getting better, which is, you know, burning up less tokens. Welcome back, Jobby D. Hope you're doing good. TGIF, no doubt. I'm so I'm so locked in right now, man. I'm like forgetting what day it is. A lot of things just like don't even matter anymore. Like someone was saying like, oh, you haven't gotten your mail in a while. I'm like, the mail? I'm like, what's like, I don't need mail. There's nothing good in the mail. But you know, give thanks either way. It's a good day. That's how I know. That's how I know I'm locked in, when I don't even care what day it is. But I heard the fireworks, so I know it's got to be close to the 4th of July. So I'm like, oh yeah, it's almost 4th of July. I'm guessing that's like next weekend or something. So giving thanks for that. And I feel like usually I would take Friday off. And I was like, oh yeah, but I took yesterday off, because yesterday kind of whatever reason. Oh yeah, because like all the work I was doing was like catching up. Setting up that first agent, making sure everything was set up right. Stuff I had to do off stream, security stuff. It is payday, no doubt. It is payday for the 9 to 5. The employees' payday. I remember those days. Friday. It was like every other Friday. It was like I got my check. But nowadays, checks just come through when they come through. Trying to set up as many different sources of passive income as possible. And jump over every obstacle. This Hermes agent though, like I feel like I've just setting it up. That was like the biggest hurdle. Like I did a lot of, if I hadn't done all that research ahead of time, setting it up would have probably been 10 times harder. And even knowing how to set it up and like what use case to set up the first agent for would have been like, I probably would have done it very wrong. So I feel like the research was worth it. I feel like I set it up right the first time. But now I'm understanding it so much better, and I feel like I'm going to scale up so much quicker. It was just that first agent, getting that set up was the most difficult. Now it's just going to fly from here, and I just keep on agentitizing everything. So I was hearing about something about local AI. And I'm seeing in the future that, especially with like Hermes agents, some of them I'm going to want to run locally depending on the task. And from what I understand, you can already download some really like efficient models for local AI. Some people in the space are talking about, with things being banned. I heard even the new Codex got banned already. Like, I think Codex 5.6, I heard it got banned. Not 100% if that's true. So let me know about that. And let me know what you think about like the future of AI. Do you think that there's going to be more and more restrictions, and that will force people to move locally with AI? Because then, say like right now, the government, it's like a government that's responsible for banning things, as far as I understand. So if they were to do that, I mean, from what I understand, they can't ban, like, if you already have AI locally installed on your computer, then like you can just train it to get better, and they can't really like take it away from you unless they actually like took your computer. Am I understanding this correctly? Got you. Finally. As much as I don't want to kill bugs for the karma, man, when they're trying to bite me, I can't let that go. Welcome back to the chat, C Films. I'm doing good. Hopefully you are too. Working on something new. Hermes agents. Got the first one done. Feeling like I just begun. Sometimes it repeats itself and I'm reading, I'm like, wait, I just read that. I think that's what it's doing. Advice, open questions, then it does this. Yeah, that's confusing. Okay. Yeah, that's weird. It only repeated some of it. Okay. No, it didn't. That's not even... That's weird. Okay. Claude's kind of confusing me. Now I just gotta answer the questions. Okay, so the first thing before I answer the questions that I want to verify to get an answer from you is basically what it sounds like. I will have one separate Hermes agent for each social media channel that has its own rules on like what data to find, and then I'll have one Hermes agent that creates the replies when it gets sent like a post or an example what it needs to reply to, and then help me understand the last part of the posting. Like, I would manually see it and manually, you know, revise it to put it more like my actual words. So I'm the one that's, you know, making the brand voice. And, so is that like another Hermes agent that posted? Or is that just like you that posted? Because the main thing I'm wondering for that is like, can I set that up so I don't have to have my computer on, so I could just like, you know, do it from like a dashboard that I create, or however I'm doing this from like a cloud. And you're talking about there's a way that it, you know, it recognizes what I'm changing things to, so it can save that in my brand voice and get better over time. Confirm that I'm understanding that correctly. And now to answer your questions. For number one with the scope, I'm not really sure what you mean by replies only, or should the finder also surface original post opportunities? Maybe that should be like 2 different agents. I'm not really sure, because basically I think what you're saying is, do I want the same agent that is finding posts to reply to also give me ideas to create my own original posts? I'm not sure. From what I understand, that should be 2 different agents, but I'm not sure. Maybe they would even be able to work together. Like 2 agents like working together, like getting data from each other. That's something I need to like plan with you more, if I'm understanding this correctly. And after Reddit, I'm gonna have like every channel. And right now I think there's like 4 different channels. You should know from this project what all the channels I'm working with right now. And I'll get those set up, and then I can expand to other channels once like the key ones are set up and working right. For question number 2, the judge's rubric. That's something I'm going to need help with you too. And I think that's just going to come from like, you know, working with you manually first to train on what I want, and then over time understanding like the analytics on which post I replied to that, you know, might have led to some kind of action that would benefit the business. So right now I feel like I don't know, and that's just going to be like us working together over time and the Hermes agent working together. But I mean, I guess account size, the odds they reply back, which I have no idea right now. I think that's just going to be over time. Definitely on theme with the content. I feel like that's the biggest one that I can just say like that's probably the most important thing. And then sitting in a competitor's audience, I like to look at them as collaborators instead of competitors. So, you know, anybody that would make sense too, because then like we can just share audiences. Like, you know, they could post on my stuff and their audience would become aware, or my audience would become aware, and vice versa. So for question number 3, my edits. When I rewrite a draft, is it usually wording or substance? I think it's both. And I think that it's both, but I don't know right now to what extent. I think that's just going to be another thing that comes over time. Obviously, I think like my voice, I want to keep that. I don't want it to be AI's voice. I want it to be my voice, which is why I want to remain the human in the loop. But I mean, the substance matters a lot too. But I think that's just going to be something where I don't understand it as much, whereas like I know my voice right now, where I'll understand the substance better over time. For question number 4, yeah, definitely I would rather review drafts in the terminal CLI first. I think it'll be a lot easier. And if I understand it, it might even be cheaper, because then I'd like less API calls maybe. But either way, it should be quicker and easier, I'm guessing. And I don't want to hook it up in the dashboard at first because we don't know yet how it's going to work. And I'll just do it manually with you until it gets like dialed in better. All right, so it looks like that's all your questions. Let me know if you have any more questions from me. And, you know, just remember, I want to make sure that like this is set up right with the database from the start too. Like the Supabase, I don't want to be storing this in the project and then have to migrate it all to Supabase later. I'd rather start it at first using the Supabase database to store all this stuff. All right. Yes, welcome to the chat. Looking back. Okay, Snell. I can't pronounce that very well, but okay, I'll just stick with Snell. And long time, I would have to say, I think I remember you. I'm doing pretty good. How about you? If I remember correctly, you are from the Netherlands, and you were talking to me about a project. Can't remember what niche or like what kind of like industry you were in. Thinking banking in some way. I remember we were talking about like regulations for my Stackivate business. And I don't know if you heard, but actually one of the it might have been Robinhood. No, Coinbase. Coinbase actually got its AI coach advisor registered with the SEC. So it's, from what I understand, it's registered just like a human so that it can give people financial advice. So like I was talking about, I thought this was going to happen like more down the road in the future, and it sounds like it already happened. That's right, you're in software for installers, and definitely good to see you back. Respect every time. So this everything's moving quicker than I thought. I need to do more research onto like what Coinbase had to do. Like, how much did it cost them? What did they have to do to get the AI agent verified? From what I understand, a human, like, you know, just has to like pay some fees and take some tests. And I would imagine AI would pass those tests way easier than any human. And maybe it's just me paying the fees, because if Coinbase did it, then I should be able to do it. Yes, so I actually started the second business on here now, Fiboprana, the human operating system. But I'm guessing you want, the last time I talked to you, I think I only had Stackivate. And the Stackivate marketing is what I'm working on right now with the Hermes agents. But essentially Stackivate is like investment education platform. that helps people understand themselves better so that they can understand their own unique style of investing, because I believe that investing is not like a one size fits all. I think that investing it could be one size fits all, but I think if people understand themselves better and their own traits and, like, you know, the way they handle risk and stuff like that, they can become a better investor and even know themselves better through investing. So it's kind of like a loop. Like, the better they get at investing in a style that works better for them, the better they know themselves, and then the better they can become aware of traits that affect their investment decisions, things like that. So I'm not trying to give people advice on like what stocks to buy or what what assets to buy, or like how to allocate, or like how to do their taxes. I'm just trying to help people become more aware of themselves and how they operate in regards to, you know, things that have to do with investing, so they can be better investors. But as I see the tech is getting better, I mean, I feel like the tech, a big part of this, I feel like the tech for fintech basically is gonna keep improving so much. And I think there's going to be a lot of things on the horizon that were possible that were not possible in the past. And I want to be on the cutting edge of that technology with this project. So I feel like, you know, this is just the beginning. This is just getting started. And there's going to be a lot of doors that are opening up in this niche, in this industry, that I want to be aware when they're opening so that I can implement them onto this business. So I set up the first Hermes agent, and now I'm working on the essentially the second Hermes agent, and gonna get a whole team of agents. So right now I'm setting them all up on a server in the cloud. And from what I understand, as they progress, I'm going to recognize that some of them will work better on local. And then the ones that would make more sense to move locally, I would move those to a local computer. And I'm also just doing research right now on kind of like where the trend is going with like local AI. What I understand, Codex 4.6 just got banned right after the Fable 5 did. So, you know, I'm trying to understand, where's the trend going with that? Like, where do they cut the line? Like, where are they gonna stop banning AI? And if that's the case, then, you know, if governments want to try to step in, what I think is gonna happen is I think that the governments will try to ban it. But just like Bitcoin, I mean, when Bitcoin first came out, I remember the Chinese government was fighting really hard to ban it. And it just made Bitcoin stronger. Like, they were able to, like, stop a lot of people from using it at first, but, like, you know, it was just only for a time. So I kind of see that. That's kind of what I see in my vision. But who knows? And I think what it sounds like the best way to, like, protect yourself is to set up local AI. So that's what I'm like doing research on right now, while Claude is running these agents and cooking, doing this work.
Very well.
That is true. Nobody knows. All we can do is speculate. But the only thing I do know right now is that governments are stepping in and they are starting to restrict people, because for what it sounds like basically to me is they think that certain models are too powerful for the general public to use. That just goes back to like, okay, well, why should they be telling that us? Why should they be deciding that for us when, from what I know, the US government wanted to use Anthropic's AI for weapons of war to cause death and destruction, and Anthropic told the government that they didn't feel that the AI was safe, basically, to be used for war, and that they shouldn't be using it yet. And the government was like, we don't care, we want to use it anyway, you better let us do it. And Anthropic, from what I understand, held their ground and said, no, like, we don't want to be responsible for it, like what could go wrong and something like that. But then the government comes back and says that the general public can't use these models that Anthropic thinks are safe for the general public. It doesn't make sense to me. Something's fishy. Something's not adding up. So, if I want to get into local AI, Unsloth Studio will help me slot. You can fine-tune your own models and stuff. It's really great looking into that. Thank you for that. I've never heard of Unsloth before. That was kind of the next piece of research I was going to go into, like different I don't even know what the word would be, providers. Because from what it sounds like, Unsloth is not like an AI agent. It's a studio that I can maybe like host the models on. So that's like, I don't understand that well, and I gotta do more research on that. But for now, it looks like oh no, it's still doing 0.5 agents done. I'm going to workflows. There we go. So this one might be running for yeah, this one might be running for a little bit. So I got time to do some research. Okay, Unsloth is an open source project to train models made by former NVIDIA employees. Okay. Definitely gotta look into that one then. Says Gemini is saying the era of tech companies having the freedom to just drop a massive cloud model to the public on a random Tuesday is officially on ice. The government is holding the keys to the centralized cloud. Do I already have some local hardware? I've not ran AI locally yet at all. Nope. Just doing the research. And I would have never even had to look into the. I would have never even thought to look into local AI if these bans weren't happening. And I've definitely come across more use cases for local models than just like preventing what would happen if a ban happened. Basically, like a lot of business information, a lot of business data, you know, should be private. So when I'm running a local model, then it stays private. It's not going to, at least I can set it up that way. Where from what I understand, I can't really set up using Claude or Codex to not store and process my data. I think unless I'm using an API. That is very good to know. And that's why I think I kind of saw that even before these bans started happening as like an insurance that I shouldn't be running everything, all my projects like through Claude or Codex. I should be creating external dashboards that can run everything. So like if I have my own dashboards and I'm running it locally, then basically like if Claude or OpenAI Codex was banned and I just woke up one morning and you know I couldn't access it and I had a local model trained and I had my workflows running through their own custom built dashboards, then I would be good because I could just keep training my local models and keep the businesses running. So, am I understanding this correctly? So you remembered I was using GPT 5.5 in the past. Did I switch to Opus? I've used both of them. I have used Opus more than GPT. But now as I use them both, I'm starting to understand certain things are better for GPT, certain things are better for Opus. And especially now that I'm using Hermes. Now I have access to so many new models that I can try out, and I'm just kind of getting into research on like, you know, what models are best for what task, and That's just going to be a learning process. But super grateful to have picked this up as quick as I have and understand this new trend and this new technology and start to see where it's going more clearly. And I'm just like, it's blowing my mind every day at like what's possible and what's probably going to be possible in the future. So Ollama is a very nice starting point for local models. I think that's the first local model that I learned about. You can plug it in the Claude Code, go with a local model, or into Codex app. So that's kind of what I don't understand is like, maybe it sounds like it's like an AI and it kind of starts with like a blank slate. But once you plug it in, like, so say I've already like trained Claude Code about my business, I can plug in Ollama to Claude Code, and then Claude Code can just transfer all the data, how my business runs and like what my workflows work into Ollama. And then once it knows that, I can just train Ollama to get better, just like I would train Claude Code. That's kind of what I'm guessing how it works, but I need to look more into that. Okay, so it sounds like I'm understanding that mostly correct. The AI can just read all the files. It doesn't matter what model you use. Awesome. That is definitely the direction I see. I see this going, that I did not see that before. Because the main thing is, like, from what I understand is, you know, if it's local model, then I need the processing power. I need to, you know, pay for the computers and stuff for the processing power. So I was like, well, I would just rather pay for a subscription. But now I'm like, well, if you know, one of these models I'm using, like Codex or Claude, Anthropic, gets banned or shut down or whatever, then I'd have to like start all over and like train a local model. Whereas like if I do this now, that's like insurance. C Films asking what I'm working on right now. So I'm just doing some research while Claude is running an ultra mode to help me build these next set of Hermes agents. Looks like I'm on this synthesized process right here. So it's maybe like halfway done. How about you, C Films? What are you working on? Have you got into more marketing? You know, are you understanding like the metrics and like what things to be tracking with your marketing so you can make your marketing better? So Snell is saying what he does is has the RTX 3060. I believe RTX is NVIDIA for a bit of local LLM. For the rest, you'll wait till things change. If you want to use the best open source models, you recommend Ollama Pro subscription. It's just like Claude, but you can use multiple open source models. From what I understand, there's like also sounds like Open Router and like how Hermes is set up that I can just switch between models. So I gotta look into more how that works. But Ollama definitely keeps coming up, and that's like so much like stuff in tech. Usually I hear about it once and I'm like, okay, I'd kind of like look into it. But then after I hear about it like 2 or 3 times, then I'm like, okay, this sounds like something that I should take more seriously. And that's definitely what I'm noticing with Ollama. Am I using Open Router for Hermes? No, I do not have to, because Hermes basically has its own like Open Router. And Hermes, I have to use the API for Anthropic, but OpenAI Codex, I can run, you know, the newest model or any model of Codex of OpenAI through the subscription through Hermes. And Hermes has its own subscription that sounds a lot like what you were saying with Ollama or Open Router, where you can just access you know, any like a ton of different models, and then sounds like you just pay through the subscription, like whatever level you're on, they give you a certain amount of like tokens. It sounds like. I guess I don't understand that 100% yet. I need to start working with it more. So you got your Hermes plugged into Minimax M3, which is an Ollama Pro subscription. $20 a month and the usage is like Claude Max 5x. That's good to hear. That is good to hear, because it sounds like a lot of these tasks, I don't need the bigger models. I can use like a lower model. And even what it sounds like now is a mini max I've heard of once or twice. And another new one, GLM, people are saying is like, you know, very, very close to like, very close to like the newest update for Claude, but like maybe 1/10 of the price or even less. So it's like a new world. It's like, I feel like I graduated to like the next level of AI. I've been researching that Hermes for a while, and setting it up was like probably the hardest part. Now I understand it better a lot through setting it up, and like, you know, everybody learns differently. I definitely learn the best from like doing stuff. I tend to like spend too much time researching sometimes, but I'd also rather, what you say, take the risk of spending more time than I need to researching, measure twice, cut once type thing. So C-Film is working on the About page, trying to improve the text on the web page. There you go. Let me know when you got it improved, and I will definitely check it out, let you know what I think, see what the upgrade looks like. So Snell is saying GLM 5.2 is the best open source model. You see it as same as GPT 5.5, but not Fable. But it doesn't have vision, which means that it can't see screenshots. Oh, okay, I think I did hear someone talking about that, some of these models. But Minimax then can see. It has vision. But it's not as smart as GLM, but I'm guessing you could like find a way to combine the two together. You know, when you have something that you need it to just see it. Like I use screenshots with AI all the time, and it saves me a ton of time. And I feel like, you know, this is also going to having browser control, and I can't wait till that gets better and more secure, because so many tasks that take up so much time that I have to manually do on the browser. Once AI can do them, it's just going to be like, I'll be like another 10x or 100x on my efficiency. So I can take a look at the artificial analysis site for some benchmarks with all the models. I've seen that before. It rates all the different models, and I think the best thing is just going to be trying out different models with different agents and getting a better idea of how they all work and which model is better for different agents. AI can already do tasks on the browser. Have I used Claude Code? I've only tried out Claude Code. From what I saw, everything on Claude Code was like not custom as I wanted it, and I could just build my own processes that Claude Code did, but more customizable. And I have had AI do some work on the browser when I have like APIs and stuff, but it seems like it's limited to what it can do. So I guess I was kind of left that out, that I have seen it do browser work, but it's just not as efficient as I would like it to be, and I see that it can get better at it. But maybe it's already doing what I think it can't do, and I just need to find the right model. Alright, so it looks like the research is done. Something about this music. I need a better focus music. Welcome back to the chat, Accolade. It is going good, going well. Working on the Hermes agents. How about you? Hopefully you're doing good too. And what is your background on your image? Kind of looks like the sky. Kind of looks like a mountain in the desert. Can't really tell. Good to hear you're doing good, Accolade. Picture is sunset, represents hope. There you go. Gotta keep the faith, gotta keep the hope. It's all you really need. It's more powerful than any kind of other resource, I feel like. So good to hear that you recognize that. It's all about abundance. What features am I trying to integrate now into the project? Hermes agents. Right now I'm working on Hermes agents for marketing. The biggest problem I have right now with the project is getting new users, getting people to try it out, and understanding what my users want will come next. But until I get these users coming through, I won't know how to do that. So I gotta focus on marketing, getting traffic through the door. So I'm definitely on X. And I'm on X X is one of the main channels. Not just Stackivate, but my personal brand, I'm on X, and I'm on X on the Fibble Prana business too. So I've definitely seen the value of X. Did I do the Google search index stuff? Some of it. I think I've still got a few steps. I think it's like regarding the sitemap. Like right now, I think I'm like manually sending over like, you know, new changes to my sitemap, and I want to build some kind of feature that I can. I don't know if I would need a Hermes agent for it or just like another way so that when I make updates to the site that it automatically updates the sitemap through Google. But I'm sure there's more I can be doing too with that. And you know, for like my business name is like Stackivate. There's no other business with that same name. So when I Google that, like I'm the first one to pop up. So like I did that part right to where, you know, there's not another business name to when I search my business, there's another name that's blocking me from the top spot. Page speed insights. Did I improve that? That sounds familiar. So C-Films, looks like you've got your sitemap automated. That's good to hear. That's definitely something I want to do. I'm going to take notes on both these things right now on Obsidian. I should automate my Google sitemap file system and look into page speed insights if I have that implemented. Might as well just check that out right now. Page speed insights. I'm running my URL through Page Speed Insights right now, and it's like for mobile, I got no data. It's diagnosing performance issues. Oh wait, That's weird. Oh, okay, so it's different. So I got no data, discover what your real users are experiencing, but then diagnose performance issues. Desktop, I've got 95 on performance, 100 on best practices, 100 on SEO, 2 out of 3 for agentic browsing. Oh wow, so I can, this is awesome. I can just take screenshots of this stuff and just give it to AI and have it help me. Thank you for that. This is money right here. I'm gonna take another note just so I like realize how important this is. Okay. pagespeed.web.dev. I can take screenshots and give it to AI and help optimize to make all these metrics better. And it's strange because like desktop is like, so desktop performance says 95 like out of 100, but mobile is 70 out of 100. So I gotta figure out that why one of them is better than the other. But this is awesome. Like I'll definitely look into this more later. Right. Looking back at the chat, did I connect the Hermes agents to Obsidian? Not yet. That is definitely on my plan. I have been running Obsidian with Claude Code though, and even though I've only been like a month into using Obsidian, and I'm just using it for some like really basic features like taking notes and like a to-do list and a journaling and stuff, I'm already very impressed by things that Claude is picking up on in different areas of my life that I was not seeing as clearly. Welcome to the chat, Chronicle. Respect every time, big up yourself. And am I a professional? Yes, I would say I would rate myself as highly professional in many things. As far as other people's ratings, I have not been considered to be a professional by other people, I guess. I'm a big deal. Very, very, very important. 3 VIP. Yes, I did use Fable when it was available. Fortunately, I used it for some of the right things, like bug hunts, and mainly I was using it for security to make my projects better. And I used it for how many days. I got it on day one, first day it dropped, used it every day, and then planned out like a whole next week of tasks to do with it. And then as soon as I made that plan, that's the next day when they banned it. But I think it probably found like maybe 50 different bugs that I wasn't able to find with what would have been 4.8 or either 4.7 or 4.8. And when I ran Fable, it found like some of them were like pretty important bugs that could have costed me a lot of money in the future if it didn't catch them. So I definitely saw how it was more powerful than the earlier models. That's interesting. Sites like Reddit throttle data center IPs far harder than the home IP. So I might need to run the agent that finds it locally to avoid that problem. How many apps have I made? Basically, I only have one app right now that's got a paid tier, that's monetized. First thing I did was the first 30 days I made 30 apps in 30 days. And I built some business systems that I don't know if I would like count those as apps. And I'm thinking I probably made somewhere between like 30 and 50 if you count the business systems. And the cost, I mean, mostly my time and subscriptions. Posthog is great for analytics. I do have Posthog installed in Stackivate. And that was one of the more difficult things to get set up. I kept running into problems with Posthog, but finally I was able to figure it out and get it fixed. And Posthog shares the database with my CRM. So I made a custom CRM for Stackivate. It definitely it was a headache, some of the things getting Posthog set up, but from what I understand about what it's like capable of doing, the data I get should totally be worth it. Letting me know, you know, how people are using the site so I can make the site better.
Clear my mind, close my eyes, where am I? Bumpy right, looking out across the sky.
I don't know. What do you think? It sounds like the basics are all planned. If you think that there's more that would be important to plan now, let me know. If not, and like all the other planning stuff can be kind of like worked out as I'm building this and as I'm training it, then that's fine with me to do it that route. Let me know what you think. Yeah. Is it hot where I live? No. No, Chicago is about to be. We've actually had like one of the coldest springs I remember. But like this past week or two, it's been like 70, 75 degrees. I know in Europe you guys do it with like a different measurement. I see you guys have been having a heat wave. Sometimes I watch those channels where it's just like people walking around different cities and like filming the city. And I've seen in Europe right now, everyone's sitting by the water. But yeah, we got next week is coming through with that like 90, 100 degree weather, but I actually like that stuff. I would rather it be too hot than too cold, unless I'm in the mountains and I got my snowboard and there's a lot of snow. Then it's like I don't even feel the cold. I can ride around in the storm, the gnarliest blizzards. People talking about like, how can you even see 10 feet in front of you? And I'll be one of the only ones out there on the mountain. But yeah, it's definitely 104 Fahrenheit where you are right now. And if I remember correctly, you are in Netherlands, so that's pretty rare. I think it usually stays kind of cool up there. But I've lived in the desert before. That's a different kind of heat though. That dry desert heat, that's not like the humid heat that you guys are probably getting right now. No doubt. No doubt. And I'm used to like 110 degree days in the desert. And that's that desert heat is different. I like it better too. Cools down a lot more at night, definitely too. Desert in the springtime, man. Sometimes they get these rainstorms and like the whole desert turns green. It's super rare, maybe like once every 5 years, but that is the time to be out there. You guys got that wet, humid heat. I need to get back out to Europe. It's been too long. Need to do another world tour. Where in Europe have I been? I have been to UK, London, and then like some places outside of there. I've been to Netherlands, Amsterdam, been to Paris, and then south of France. Been to, I really like Barcelona, Madrid. Been to like a lot of places in Italy, Rome, Venice, south of Italy. Switzerland, I really like the mountains out there. Really liked Interlaken. They got like extreme sport capital of Europe pretty much, like all the crazy mountain biking, bungee jumping, wingsuits. That's like the one thing that I'm like, the one extreme sport I can't see myself doing is the wingsuit stuff. Even like skydiving, jumping out of airplanes. Like, no, I'd rather just like jump off a cliff on my snowboard and land in a pile of snow and get that same feeling without having to like jump out of an airplane. Yup, I got a super bass. So like right now, I would be setting up a business being run by agents, and essentially like some of the agents would be running locally and some of them would be on the cloud. But from what it sounds like, what I'd want to do is basically like put all my business information onto a local model, or maybe multiple local models that would know my business and know how it's running. So then I could still keep, say that if like something happened where I lost a subscription to Claude or GPT, I could still run certain models through the cloud, and the data of how to run them would be stored on my local models. Am I understanding this correctly? Is there anything that you see that I don't understand very well? Or any advice that you have, or anything at all? Oh, that makes so much more sense. Yeah. I'll be back. pause here so I can read the data layer and apply the migration. And go ahead and create an artifact that says what I've already done and what still needs to be done for this process. So I have like a visual aid to help me understand, and I don't have to keep checking back with you. Awesome. See Films About webpage has been updated. I'm about to check it out. Do you have anything to do with C Film? Is that something different? I'm seeing this C Film Cinema. Looks like it's something different, but not bad. Am I looking to discover more about movies, music, or sports? Do I want to learn about cities in the Northwest United States? If I answered yes to either of these, welcome to the C Films website. There you go, you're filtering exactly the right people from the start. C Films is a Northwest United States media website with a focus on movies. Developed by a movie enthusiast who grew up in the Northwest United States. That is a very good about page. Definitely gets right to the point. So you can see this site is getting better. You got the social links on here. I can tell I can click these and it takes me to like C Films X account. That's awesome. Making progress. Good to see C Films. So you're not associated with C Film Cinema. That's something different. Okay. Here we go. So I got the artifact for the progress. Awesome. So I'll just leave it on here while I apply these schemas. I'm working on setting up Hermes agent for some marketing process stuff, and I'm right now setting up the database. I just got the schemas, and I'm on the file that has the schemas, but basically the way that it's structured through Claude is not recognized in Supabase, and I usually get errors, so I'm just gonna copy and paste it here. Just give me a quick kind of like summary of what is here, because it looks like there's a lot of background information that I'm not used to, and then reformat the schemas so that I can just copy and paste them into Supabase with the instructions. Alright, everything should be good with the database and understanding the reply store.py. So, do a check to make sure everything is set up correctly, and then should be ready to build the channel adapter or whatever would be next. If you have any questions or concerns, let me know. So, my Codex terminal says Claude over and over because sometimes when I start up Claude, I start up the terminal in VS Code, and I start typing in Claude to start Claude. It's still processing something. So when I write it, it just goes into the Codex chat bar for some reason. And I just don't always manually erase it. But I noticed that like a week ago, and I was like, why does it keep doing that? And it took me a couple days to figure it out because I erased it and then it came back again. But it's definitely when I start typing too early in the terminal, it just defaults to that chat bar. I've never used /goal before, but this is about maybe the third time I've heard about it, so I think that is a sign. I got to do some more research on it and start using it. All I really understand is it's like you're telling Claude kind of like the final result that you want before it builds something. But I feel like there's a lot more to it than that. Research /goal for Claude and use cases where I could implement it to get the best uses. So I want you to tell me about slash goals for Claude Code. Give me the summary on what that does and what are the best use cases. So this would be awesome, like goals. I know like for this, there's like certain tasks I need to do with like database schemas and stuff that I have to manually do, but I mean, once that browser control gets better, that slash goal is going to be like, could just do everything. Like it'll just do all the manual steps by itself that I needed to do. And every time I'm seeing like more possibilities, it's just like, man, I can get like 100 times more done than I used to get done. And then it's like, that brings me to another thing. It's like, when AI first came out, I was like, dude, all I have to do is like use AI and I can get 100 times more done in the same amount of time that I used to get done, and I'll have so much more free time. But it was the opposite. I'm able to get 100 times stuff more done in the same amount of time I used to, but now there's 100 times more things I want to do. So I actually have less free time than before, because it's like opening up my eyes to like how much more I can do and how much more is possible. And it's like I want to just keep getting more done and keep working and keep getting more done. Whereas like before it was like, oh, I did 10 things today, time to take a break. Now it's like, I've done 100 things, I'm just getting started, what else can I do? But yeah, it's like a weird problem. That's not even I don't know, is that even a problem? I don't think so. I think that's maybe a good problem. Good problem is probably the best way to say it. I did not think artifacts were a big deal at first, but I'm using them like every build now. Like I start the build, I do all the planning, get the build started, and then usually after like the first phase of the build is done, get an artifact letting me know where I'm at and where I gotta go. And one of the main like things I didn't even realize when I first started using these is it helps a lot with context and tokens. So in between like phases of the build, I don't have to ask it barely as many questions. I can just refer back to that artifact. Now I'm reading about slash goals and thinking I might have been able to do like a lot of this process with a slash goal, even though there were certain manual things that have to probably stop and have me do. But this process has a part 2, and I think that slash goals is gonna be a good test case for it. And goals seem to be a lot like loops. Maybe like a goal is like just like one method of like running a loop. Or, well, no, not really, because a loop would be like repeated. And a goal is more like a one-time thing. But I'm definitely noticing some like similarities. So, looking back at the chat, Snell is going to get that 1 hour of sleep. That's not enough for me, but hey, whatever works for you. And I wish you the best too, in all that you do. Respect every time. Good to see you on the chat. It was good talking to you. And we'll keep getting better and better and sharing information. Community of unity. I think I'm gonna try goals for both of these things. I mean, right now I'm focused on building the infrastructure for the custom dashboards. I should probably do more research on skills. I've already got a bunch of skills implemented, but it's been a while since I've really like looked into those and seeing like more use cases for skills that I don't have. And this is bringing up some questions. First question that I had from reading this is, what do you think about applying ultra code and /goal at the same time? Would that probably do a better job? I don't know if that's the right word. Or would I get like better output from using goals with ultra code? And or is that even possible to use them together? So also help me understand, how does goals help to refine skills? I mean, if I were just to tell Claude, like, you know, look at my skills and refine them, and let me know, like, what you think you should refine, how would using that /goal command make that process better? Yeah. Welcome to the chat. Awesome Edwin. Respect every time. Right now I'm building out Hermes agents for marketing system, for first business I built on this challenge, which is Stackivate. It is a personalized investment education platform to help people find their own unique investing style that will benefit them the most based on their personality, which will also help them know themselves more. And when they know themselves better and become more conscious, then they will understand how to become a better investor better. So it's all a loop. It's all about the self-improvement. Give thanks every time. Life is great. Money can't buy life. You know, I say invest in yourself first and then put the leftovers into whatever investment makes the most sense based on you. Next chunk is the review CLI. Okay, everything looks good to me so far. And the models that you're using right now seem like they're pretty close to what I would have like thought that you would have used. And from what I understand, like I can change those later. So these are like the models. Here's the first thing I want to understand. My first question for you. The models that you picked. So these are the models when I'm like starting this process with you to tune it. You will use those models, but once I hand this this job off to Hermes agent, then I will manually select the models on Hermes agent. Is that correct? Also, for the next chunk, the review CLI, is that something that you build? Because you're talking about it's the piece I actually drive. Is that like a process we do together? Help me understand this next part and answer that first question. They got Ultra Code plus / goal as the ultimate combo. Hot stepping into the upper echelon. That's a new word for me. Of power user features. Combining Ultra Code and the / goal command is the developer equivalent of putting a twin turbo engine inside an autonomous self-driving car. I don't know if that's a good idea. I don't know if that's a good idea, but I think Ultra Code and Goal is a good idea, but I don't know if twin turbo engines in autonomous self-driving cars are something I want to be on the road with. don't know why. Sometimes my streaming program just like randomly cuts out and turns back on. Yes, go ahead and build it. So, help me understand using goals to make skills better. I'm getting the part of how a goal gives it like a metric. Just like if I want a Hermes agent to work the right way, like I can't just give it a skill, I need to give it like something that it knows, a metric that it knows that it's like getting better, that it can measure. So if I'm doing that with a goal, say I do /goal, and like say for like a thumbnail skill to write thumbnail prompts for YouTube, I could say like I want this to make thumbnails that increase my click-through rate. But how does like Claude know how to measure that, right? Because from what I understand, like a Hermes agent can measure that if I'm giving it the analytics. Claude, I guess, could do that too if I gave it the analytics. But like, help me understand this. What don't I understand? Are these like the exact same thing? I'm thinking they're probably a little bit different. Help me understand this.
And I wish me the best, but I just think I'm missing a voice and skills. I must confess, I'm speaking in English, but I'm just French. I would like to speak better, at a better fine rhyme. Oh, I'm awake, can't sleep with all these heartaches.
So I have multiple businesses, and some businesses have a lot more YouTube data than others. So it sounds like I would want to start with the business that has the most YouTube data. But the main thing I'm wondering is, like, how do I use this with Hermes Agent? So, like, from what I understand, Hermes Agent will be automatically with each thumbnail it writes, thumbnail prompt it writes, and then the analytics it gets back, it's going to be automatically updating it. So if it's already doing that, would I also want to use /goal? Because is that going to do anything different than what's already being done? And then that's just an extra manual task. Help me understand this. Pushing right into the architecture of advanced AI systems. So I've already been writing the backend script that instructs Hermes on how to do this process. So just to like verify or clarify, basically what's going on is like I write the script that instructs Hermes on the task that I want it to do. Hermes will kind of like run its own, it'll follow those instructions and it will write its own logs on how to get better based on like what I tell it to do on the metrics of data that it wants to like get better. And I just need to watch it. So if I see it doing something that is not following what I originally wanted or is like different, doesn't make sense, then I would not go and I would not like tell Hermes like, you're doing this wrong, I want you to do it like this other way. In that case, what I would need to do is I would need to go into Claude Code or whatever, like any kind of agent that I can open up that that project folder and let that agent say, just to keep it simple, Claude Code. Tell Claude Code, hey, you know that Hermes agent that I built? I was telling it to do this, but it's actually doing something else, and it's not following the instructions or whatever problem I would tell it. And then Claude would go ahead and make those changes to Hermes. So I would do it like that instead of telling Hermes to make changes. Is this correct? So Claude was doing more of the build, and it looks like it found some bugs and fixed them, and it gave me an update for the database. I believe it's an update to like the schemas we just did. I'm gonna copy and paste it here. I want you to reformat it so I can just copy and paste it directly into Supabase, and just confirm to me, like, let me know what it's doing. Did I understand this correctly? If not, explain it to me better. Hola, welcome to the chat. Respect every time. VW0. Am I an investor by trade? No. I taught myself investing. And I've never done any. I've been an entrepreneur for like 15 years. And I have worked at like multiple jobs before that. None of them being anything to do with investing, but I have had friends and family who have, but their styles of investing are very different than mine. They are like very traditional investors. I learned investing through crypto. I thought the stock market was very boring till I found crypto. And then I learned crypto, and then that led me to the stock market, and then now I do both. All right, I updated the database. I guess looks like it'd be a good idea to commit and push before you build the next step. So go ahead and do that. Here we go. That makes sense. Alright, I just learned. Never yell at the worker when the factory blueprints are broken. That reminds me of back when I used to have, when I used to be an employee. I was definitely yelled at many times for, just following the orders from the blueprint. I wish that would have probably saved a lot of my employers a lot of good workers. Still remember that. Those guys, these employers I had one time, they would just throw us right on the line, barely give us any instructions. And then like some like random like case would come up where we'd do something wrong. And they would be mad at us, man. They'd be like, you know, super angry and like trying to like reprimand us. And we're sitting here like, we didn't know. You never told us this stuff. Like, how we just did what you told us to do. Like, you needed to tell us in this certain case. But they didn't care. To them, it was our fault. And people started complaining. And those people got fired. And then they said, like, you guys are complaining. If you guys keep complaining, we're not going to pay you. And I was like, okay, that's illegal. Like, in the state we're in, you have to pay. If we work, like, you have to pay us. You can't just not pay us. Like, and I told everybody there, I was like, you guys, if they try to not pay you, then you contact this department and you tell them what's going on and they will investigate it and you will get paid. Because I had an employer before that was just not paying, that didn't pay me and didn't pay other employees there. They would fire us like the day before payday and try to not pay us. So I'd already been through that. And just the fact that employers would even try to do that is crazy, right? But I've already been through that. So I told everyone that. Oh man, they got so mad at me. They put me in the most dangerous position in that entire place. I didn't know it right away, but I could tell after like a couple days, I'm like, wait, I see why they put me here. I have a huge risk of getting injured doing this job. I was like, man, they like, for telling people the truth, they're gonna try to like injure me. Like, I'm like, come on, man. So I brought it up to the right regulatory department, and they fired me. And I was like, man, if anything, like, I think that was the last job I had before I just started my own business, because I'd already been thinking about it for a while. But after that one, I was like, I'm done. I'm like, I'm just gonna start my own thing. Like, I don't need these guys. Like, they're barely paying me anything anyway. But yeah, I'm just rambling now. It's crazy. Okay. Looking back at the chat, it says I have a polished personal brand site. I'm not sure what you're asking me. Is it like polish, or I'm seeing maybe Polish. I do have a personal brand site, but I just don't know what you mean by polish or Polish. I'm not Polish, so at least not that I know of, but maybe you're saying polished. Okay. And by that, I don't really know what you mean. I think like the design, if that's what you mean, I'm not really sure. But there should be a link. It looks like you're on Twitch. Maybe I don't have a link in Twitch. But if you just type in my name, nateneedham.com. Oh, yeah, okay. Looking at my Codex tasks. Polish personal brand site. Yes, that was polish, edit it and clean it up. That's funny. Now I understand what you're saying. So I do have a personal brand site, and I just created kind of like the first version of it. And I plan on making it better. I already did some polish on it, but who knows? Maybe one day I will make a Polish version, and I will make. Well, I guess now you don't need to make different language versions. Everything AI can just translate anything. All right, so I need to. Review publish.py first. Claude is asking me to review this document, and I would just kind of scan it over, but let me know. I'm gonna paste it here. Let me know what you think. Does everything look good? Is there anything it's asking me to do manually? Give me just a summary of what it's saying. Welcome to the chat, Samuel. How you doing? I'm doing good. Hopefully you are too. And welcome to the community. If you've not been here before, respect every time either way. And you know, doing great things. Building out some Hermes agents right now. You got recommended my channel on homepage. That is awesome. Big up YouTube every time. Thanks to YouTube for getting the message out. You were searching like 30 minutes ago for Hermes setup. That would make sense then. That's exactly what I was about to ask you is what are you searching for that it might have done that? And Hermes, I just got done setting up my first Hermes agent. Not this stream, but the last stream was my first Hermes agent. So that was more like the process of setting it up, which has a lot of extra steps. But once you get the first Hermes agent set up, then each agent after that is like, I wouldn't say easier and easier because it depends on what the agent's doing, but I would say the process has a lot less steps. It's just setting up that first agent has a lot of extra steps. But once you get that done, I think, at least for me, like I did a lot of research. But once I got that first agent set up, like now I understand it much better, and like the whole process of setting up future agents seems like it's just easier and easier. You want to make Hermes your second brain. So it wouldn't be that like Hermes is the second brain. Hermes would help you navigate through your second brain. So like I use Obsidian, and basically like you would just hook up Hermes to Obsidian or whatever program you use to store the information that is in your second brain, and Hermes would just be able to exactly ingest data, do briefs, predict good values for you. OpenClaw, I never used OpenClaw. I saw that right away that the main reason I didn't use OpenClaw was that it basically is not customized. It's kind of like set generically, and Hermes agent is way more customizable. So the main way, like when I first started doing my second brain through Obsidian, I thought it was all about just giving it a ton of information on like, you know, what my business is doing and just any data I could give it. But really, like, the part I didn't see was like being a task manager and like a to-do list and a journal. So that's going to give it like a ton of power that I originally didn't see. So by like journaling every day, letting it know what tasks you're doing, what projects you're working on, and being specific in your journaling about like, you know, what projects, you know, drain your energy, what projects were difficult. It's really helping me understand like how to do workflows better. Like, okay, it's saying like, you know, this is some like project A, you should do at the beginning of the day because it like, you know, is more energizing and takes more like, you know, cognitive function. Whereas like doing this project, whenever you do it first thing in the day, you like don't get as much done, and it's just picking up like crazy stuff like that I never would have, like, I never saw, that I've been like doing certain things certain ways for a long time. So definitely you're on the right path. And you want Hermes to do it all without obsidian. I've never heard of anybody doing that. That sounds kind of like more difficult to me than using obsidian. But if you're able to do it, let me know, because that would be interesting. I'd like to hear how that works out. And welcome to the chat, Sigma Shake. Respect every time. Thank you for the good luck. I send it right back to you on whatever you do. So you know, it's always something new. Keeping on the build. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Do I stream on Twitch? Yes, I stream on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So I'm looking at getting some kind of tool so like the Twitch messages show up on YouTube chat and vice versa. It's just like I got a whole list of things I got to implement. And I just stay focused, try to stay focused on the highest priority. Alright, giving it the green light. Keep building. I just reviewed publish.py. Everything looks good. I want you to build the backfill. And then it sounds like phase 1 is fully done. Let me know how it goes. It's a new flow. New day, new era. So just set up. Last time I set up one Hermes agent, I just got done doing a process to set up a few more. I think this did, I think this did 2 different agents. It's like basically one task that is like, has 2 parts to it. And I would recommend setting up your first agent. Set up a workflow first in whatever you want it to do. And find like the most simple task in that workflow. Preferably if you can make it like the first task, like in the workflow. But either way, just start with the most simple task. And build your first Hermes agent to do that one simple task. And test it out for a little bit. Make sure it's working right, and then start building on top of that. See films. What social media am I focusing on for marketing the most? So that depends on the business. Like I've got a few businesses going now, and certain businesses do better on certain channels. So take for instance Stackivate, Reddit and X. But like I'm also say doing my personal brand, like how I'm recording this right now, that is YouTube. For C films, I'm guessing probably X. But I don't know. I would say do some research on that. It sounds like you've already done some research. I think you'll find out the best way is just by doing multiple channels and making sure that you're paying attention to the analytics and having clear goals of like how you want to make your marketing better and who you want the marketing to reach. Having call to actions in not all your marketing, but some of your marketing, call to actions, CTAs that I guess in your case it'd probably be sending people to your site. So you could have like different parts of your site that you create different pieces of content about, and you'll probably find that like people are more likely to go to want to check out certain parts of the site than other parts of the site. So direct your marketing like specifically towards certain parts, and take all that data, and you'll see patterns over time. And then it's basically like double down on what's working the best, and then find out what is working the least, what is bringing the least amount of results, and just basically stop doing that and keep trying new things. And over time you'll try new methods that work good, and then you can keep repeating those, and just an ongoing process. And then the next level, once you really get things locked in of what's working, and you are able to say you find certain posting angles that are really good at driving traffic to certain parts of your site, then you can use that to create paid ads. So a lot of people will just create paid ads and just try out a bunch of different things with paid ads, and that burns through a lot of money real quick. So if you use this social media marketing, test out ideas, get stuff that works, and then transfer it to paid ads. So Samuel is asking, I don't use Claude agents for multiple stuff at once. Yes, I do. And so even today, even this build, you can see I got Ultra Code on right now. I was spinning up it was doing one task at a time, because basically I would have to have it do a certain task, and I would have to either apply a database or test something before I could start the next one. But I think I had anywhere from 5 to 15 agents at a time today working on stuff. It's just I'm doing it all through one terminal. You're saying Claude agent CMD? Command. Okay. I should look into that. How is that different from Claude just spinning up agents in ultra mode? Spins up work trees so you can make multiple tasks at once in one terminal. That sounds the exact same of what I was just doing, but I'm about to research that just to confirm. And C-Film saying the search term movies filmed in Seattle has C-Films on page 2 of the search results. There you go. Climbing up the ladder. And C-Films, are you able to tell with analytics when you get certain terms that move up on the search results? Are you able to link that to more traffic coming into your site? Is there any way you have set up that you can verify that that's causing a spike in traffic? So Samuel's saying if I want 10 things at once, I can do it then without overwriting, but not subagents or ultra code subagents. You're saying having multiple tasks due at once with ultra code. I'm definitely gonna check that out, because I know what you mean by they call it agent view mostly. Definitely, I'm gonna check that out right now. So I've gotten used to using Code and having Claude Code spin up multiple agents to do tasks. Anywhere from like, 5 agents to like 100. One time it was like 130 agents to do one task. Well, like a task that had many parts to it. And somebody on the chat on the live stream is talking about agent view. And they're saying there's a sub-agents or Claude agents command. And it spins up work trees that I can make multiple tasks at once in one terminal. And can you explain to me, is that different from like what I'm doing with Code? And how is it different? We'll just start there. If I press left arrow twice, I can see it in the terminal. Okay, this is definitely something different. I'm not used to, Interesting. So it is different. Thank you for telling me about that. I was not aware of this. Because also what I was thinking of too is like I have multiple projects and sometimes I'll have like multiple VS Code terminals up. And like I'll just like get one task going with one project, and while Claude is cooking, then I'll start another task with another project. But you're talking about working in the same project through Git trees, so that it's not overriding doing different tasks, which I think would make sense for like more bigger builds. But I'm about to read about this more right now. I think I just need to get this last step going with Claude too. Yes, I want you to commit and push as the phase 1 closing commit. Same as last time. I'm take a note in Obsidian right now to implement agent view, because this is important. I don't want to forget it. Find tasks to use agent view. Hit the left arrow twice in Claude Code and learn how to use that. So alter code is vertical fan out, agent method, and agent view is horizontal multitasking. Whoa. This, thank you again for letting me know about this, because this, I feel like this is going to allow me to get a lot more done in a shorter amount of time. Respect every time. That's good to know. I can use agents, this new agent feature with Ultra Code. So it'd be like combining the two. And that's definitely something I've tried to avoid is once I get past like 2 terminals, it can get really messy and confusing. So this is like evolution. The AI evolution. No doubt, true CEO. Claude CEO. That is, that would be a good project. That's basically how I'm using Claude. Well, no, so I'm using Claude so I can do more CEO work and less, like, management work. But I feel like once I build out this whole system of Hermes agents, that would be, like, the logical final step would be to be like a CEO assistant that can do like some CEO tasks and manage like all the agents. And then I could just manage the CEO manager. It's just like so many levels to this that keep getting better and better. Like what I originally thought was possible a couple months ago is like just like maybe 10% of what is actually possible. And you're still hoping for Fable to come back? I as well. I got to use it like 3 days maybe. And I was just starting to see and understand like how it was so much better at certain things. When planned out like the whole next week of stuff I was going to do, tasks for Fable. And next thing I know is gone. And that's when I started this stream. I was actually looking into... because of that, I was like doing research on how I can make everything local. just in case, like as like insurance. Like, okay, let's say, because that was a good lesson. Like, let's say something happens and, you know, anything could happen. Like, things could get banned on like an even deeper level. And if I don't have local models set up, then it would be like going back to like the Stone Age, like going back to like doing everything manually, and that would be really not fun. So I need to set up local. And some better model. That's what I think. I think they're not going to call it Fable. I think that definitely, because what I heard today was, I'm not sure how true it is, but something about the new Codex 5.6 got pushed back because it was like too powerful. So I think what Claude is going to do is they're going to, you know, their next model, they're not going to, even if it does like the stuff Fable did, I don't think they're going to call it Fable. Part of me even thinks that if they didn't call it Fable, if they would just call it like Claude 4.9 or something like that, I don't know, maybe things would have been different. But who knows? Either way, I don't think it should have been banned. That's just not right. But you're saying 20k euro to make local models work. That's different from what I've heard. I've heard it's like a lot cheaper than that. But I guess it depends on what you want to do, what you want to run them to do. That's just fixed price for hardware. So I mean, there's a lot of people that are running local models off like you know, like Mac Mini's, what, like $1,000 US. So you're saying it's better than Mythos in benchmarks. They said today they're working to release it for US Corps and later for other people. You get like 5 tokens per second. Their line, it's used for coding. I think I get what you're saying. 5 tokens per second, that's... I'm thinking, wouldn't it be different, like, depending on what task you're using? But, I mean, 5 tokens per second sounds like way less than what I'm burning through right now. You can run Gemma on your MacBook M5 Pro. So that's what I'm understanding, is it depends on what model you're using. But you're saying it's super slow. Okay. Bigger model Quinn is even slower. You have a 64 gigabyte RAM. So like, from what I understand, most people right now are doing is they're only running local models that are like really not frontier models, that are like some of the simpler models to do simpler tasks, but tasks that kind of require the agent to like running all day. So from what I understand, most people run frontier models that, you know, maybe require 1 task a day or a week in the cloud, and then a lot of the models that run all the time usually don't need the frontier model, or a lot of the tasks that run all the time usually need like a lower model, and those are usually on the local. And then that's another thing, local models don't support images and files. Someone I was talking to earlier today on chat was telling me that they were telling me of one local model that does, like, it has vision, so you can give it like screenshots and stuff. So from what that person was telling me, that I think it might have been GLM. It was either I think it was either GLM, Kimmy, or Quen were like the 3 we were talking about, and I think he was saying one of those does have vision. they're not multimodal, and if you count now, 200 euro sub versus 20k euro, still better is sub. Definitely. Definitely. If you have good GPU, you can try it through LM Studio. Never heard of LM Studio, so I gotta check that out too. Research LM Studio in regards to local AI models. You think local models is good for agents that do briefs, text nothing too complex because the fail rate is so high? That pretty much is kind of what I understood about it. And from what I understand, it sounds like especially like Nvidia and Apple are making it a really high priority to create better machines for people to run local models on. For example, GLM 5.2 to run it even lobotomized, you need like 224 gigabytes of RAM. Wow, that is a lot of RAM. So like, that would make sense why, from what I understand, people are buying like multiple Mac Minis or like multiple machines and then like linking them up together. But that is definitely something that I did not understand on that level of how much RAM is actually needed to run something like that. And skirt. Welcome to the chat. Welcome back, Hermes. Multiple machines, slow it down. Interesting. You need like one big GPU. So from what I don't know that there's any machines that have that much RAM that I know of, unless you could, I guess, build it yourself. Like I used to build PCs myself, but I haven't built a PC in like maybe 10 years because from what I understand now, it used to be cheaper to build your own PC, but now it's like the same price or sometimes cheaper to just buy it. But now I'm understanding it's time for me to start looking into building PCs again because I didn't get that before. If I were to, I thought I could just like hook up multiple Mac Minis. But from what you're telling me, if I do it that method, then it slows it down. I would just want to build one PC that has like crazy amounts of RAM and then just have one big GPU. Hugging Face has, that's another thing I was gonna research was Hugging Face for local models, because that was something that I heard today. Was someone was talking about Hugging Face was is a French company, and that something about the French government looking into like restricting or shutting down Hugging Face to prevent people from using AI locally. And I don't understand, like, don't quote me on that, like, I don't understand it 100%, but that's kind of like what I wanted to look into. So that's leading me to the next thing I was looking into. And C-Film saying needs to get better with analyzing the traffic of the C-Film's website. check out Post Talk. We were talking about that earlier. See if you can hook up Post Talk, POSTHOG, and that has more advanced analytics than what you're gonna get with like I think like Vercel and Google Analytics is kind of like the basic setup. Post Talk should be better, like go deeper on what you're doing. Your RTX 5070 can't handle that. And I think RTX 5070 is the NVIDIA machine, if I understand that correctly. So it looks like I just got to refresh my memory on building PCs if I want to run everything locally. But like you're saying, if it's like 20K, then it's better to just use the subscription. But who knows? I think things are, I mean, the way things keep changing, it's like week by week the rules change. So hopefully Nvidia and Apple compete against each other and keep pushing the barrier for like lower cost, stronger machines for running local AI. I'm going to come back to Claude agents later. For right now, I want to understand better, what is Hugging Face? All I know is it's something to do with like using local AI. And from what I was told is that I should get Hugging Face so I can download local AI models on my computer just so that they're there. Basically, you know, then I'll always have access to AI, even if like I lose subscriptions for any reason, something like that. Help me understand what is Hugging Face and how it applies to local AI. Oh, so LM Studio is like a different version of Hugging Face. Okay. It will auto download and make everything easier and simpler. Awesome. I'm gonna ask it about that LM Studio next, and what is like, how it's different. It's like the GitHub of AI. Oh, I see. Post, share, and download AI models, datasets, and training code. So looking back at the chat, you moved from Windows to MacBook for your AI work, and you find that it's a lot smoother there. After 2 weeks, Apple rose their prices because of memory. So you must have bought it before the prices recently rose up. This is like what it sounds like, because like I was just thinking like Apple over the past like maybe 5 years, I was like, where is Apple going? Like they have the iPhone, but like what is their next move? Because like, you know, iPhone is awesome and everything, but now I'm seeing it. It sounds like Apple's trying to like create the hardware for people to run AI locally, and that's going to be like their next like where they dominate the market, the way iPhone's dominating cell phones right now. And it looks to me like that's what they're trying to do. So not only did the prices go up, but a lot of things are selling out. So you can't even like, they're not even available to buy. MacBook M5 Pro 64 isn't even available. Claude did research expecting 20% price hike when they do launch them back in stock. I'll believe it. It's always like the first tech to come out for something is like super expensive. I'm just glad we got Nvidia to compete with Apple, so that should kind of keep things in check with the price, I'm thinking. I didn't even have to ask Gemini about LM Studio. It already brought it up. If you prefer a clean dashboard interface, you download LM Studio. It has a Hugging Face search bar built directly into the app. Okay. So that would be better because it's like Hugging Face Plus. That makes sense. Type the name of a model, click download, and you can immediately start chatting with it completely offline. So, help me understand. This LM Studio. It sounds like LM Studio is better than just having Hugging Face, because on LM Studio, it's like I can access everything that's on Hugging Face, and it sounds like it's like creates a dashboard that's easier to manage everything than if I just use Hugging Face alone. Let me know, am I understanding this correctly, and is there anything else you might want to add to this? So you connected your Hermes VPS to Hermes Desktop. You didn't know that could be possible. And I do not have any developer or software background other than like building my own PCs, but I guess that's really neither one of those things. So no, this is all me just learning from scratch, teaching myself, and doing my best to really like let this unfold the way it does, like by just me going down like my own unique path and not like paying attention to the developments in the field, but not like trying to copy how other people do things. I'm just trying to really like create my own style of doing this and my own workflow. So it's going to be real interesting to me. And it's such a new, talking to you guys on here, learn more than, you know, any news, any kind of like searches I can do. Big up the chat, respect every time. The chat has like helped me more with this stuff than anything else. And like what I was getting at, I think, is this is like the new frontier of technology. So it's like what, how do I compare myself to like where I am? And like there's not really any kind of like, you know, label for a lot of this stuff. Like, I guess kind of like vibe coding, agentic orchestration. But these things are so new, and these skills are so new that we're kind of like, not kind of, but I definitely feel like we are the ones that are paving the way for where this is going to go in the future and how people use this. And it's really good, really grateful to be a part of this. No doubt. That is, looking at the chat, that's good to hear that from you, that most people really aren't researching this stuff. They just kind of like let Claude cook and then like walk away, and then they don't really understand what's going on. And because like AI is telling me, like, you know, when I'm asking it questions and stuff, they say many times, like, they're like, most people aren't doing what you're doing. Most developers like learn this too late. You're doing the right thing, looking into stuff. But I'm like, is that just AI trying to just like sound good and try to hype me up, or is that the truth? And it's good to hear that. You work as a CTO in a company, you have 70 people and some are lazy AF. That is no doubt. I've definitely seen that. Most people, I think, to me, definitely. And I'm just on a different level. I've kind of like created my own reality over the years. And I think I'm very out of touch with like mainstream society in a lot of ways. Looks like OBS just cut off and started up again. But this is definitely like, it's crazy because like I always thought coding would be something I didn't like and developing. But now that I've done it, like now that I'm starting to do it, I wish I would have got into it a long time ago. You just asked about RIP. Not sure what you meant, but I think that's probably something to do with the OBS. Notice it's done that twice today, where it's just cut off and started up again, and usually only does that maybe like once a week. So I'm not sure why it's doing that today. One trick, no doubt. Oh, awesome. Definitely. I have had OBS crash twice today. Usually it almost never crashes, maybe once a week, and it crashes and it starts right back up again. But can you look at OBS or whatever you need to look at and find out why it's crashing? Definitely, I hear you on that. I've fixed so many problems that I was never able to fix in the past. So many tasks I had that were just like piled up before AI that I couldn't figure out. Even going on the website and like trying to like read everything they had about doing stuff, like, and then I just give one prompt to Claude. One day we might get the same power for real life stuff like teleporting. Exactly. Exactly. Although I hear this is an advanced yogic meditation power where people can teleport and become avatars. I'm just not at that level yet. But consciousness is something I'm seeing like AI is understanding much better. And that's one area of AI that I'm like invested in, is understanding how AI understands consciousness, like looking at second brains and OBS and, or not OBS, but Obsidian. Different programs that we can like store all of our like, you know, brains content and use AI to like understand things better. At the end of the day, I think that our minds are our minds are way more powerful than we even understand. And the frontier of understanding consciousness and our own brain power, there is still a long ways to go with that. And I think AI is going to make that progress quicker, because I know for sure since I've started using AI, like it has made me incredibly smarter, and it has got my brain working on levels that I never could have understood before. Claude is telling me they don't think it's an OBS bug, and it's showing 0 normal shutdown. So they're saying they don't think it's a normal shutdown. Crashes folder is empty. But this is awesome. Either way, I didn't know that I could just have Claude go in OBS like that. They think it's this is the signature of external kill, a GPU driver reset, or a system level fault, not an OBS bug. But it's still digging. It's like going into my machine now to try and figure out, doing an investigation. This is interesting. So this is interesting. Since June 12th, that sounds like right around when they shut down Mythos, Fable 5. Today, the government notified you that Mythos 5, the strongest cybersecurity model, can be redeployed to a set of U.S. organizations that operate and defend critical infrastructure. You're restoring access for these organizations quickly and continuing to work with the government to expand access to Mythos 5 and make Fable 5 available for general use again. That is good to hear. And that is interesting to me too, because from what I understood, before the general public got Fable 5, Mythos was already released to like some US organizations. So it sounds like when they banned it recently, they didn't just ban it for general public, they also banned it for the organizations that they must have originally gave it to. But they're looking at restoring access. That's what I feel like. I think that the technology is going to keep advancing, and it sounds like it's just the US that's banning this stuff. So other countries are already, like China and Japan especially is what I've been hearing, are already basically like making similar versions of Fable 5. And the US has no power to ban them. They could maybe ban people in the US from using these models if they were not local, but like banning this, like basically what I'm getting is, it doesn't sound like banning this stuff is gonna stop the evolution of AI. So definitely, I didn't even have to tell Claude to recheck other logs. It just started doing that automatically. You did this for your other Windows PC to check why it's overheating, and it found out it had outdated drivers, etc. That's awesome. There's so much that can be done. Just like diagnosing stuff on your computer, stuff like that. This is like just like the best tool. And I know I was like, within the past, like, that's been my biggest problem that led me here, was being an entrepreneur and just having so many good business ideas and not having the time and the resources to do them all, and only being and realizing that I have to just work on one thing at a time. And this just solved like every problem I had pretty much overnight. And it just keeps getting better. The better I get at understanding this stuff and orchestrating it, the more I'm capable of doing. And this is like I feel like I manifested this by having this intention. So I'm very grateful. Yes, it is like magic. And C Films is wondering, why did Fable 5 get banned? I do not know. We've only got the kind of like the generic answer we got from the government, which is our current US government. Like, I don't trust a thing that they say. So their reasoning doesn't make sense to me. So before, you needed to download some external app that wasn't working. Oh, I did not know that. So that Fable 5 was able to hack the NSA in a few hours. I did not know that. That is that makes a ton of sense then. But to me, that's not a Fable 5 problem, that's an NSA problem. If NSA was... Because NSA should have had access to Fable 5 or Mythos before it was released to the public. I don't know. That's like out of my lane. Mythos, not Fable, but they wanted it shut. Oh, so it wasn't... Sounds like it wasn't a person using Fable. It was someone who had access to Mythos. That's interesting. Wow. They wanted it shut down, and there they were, like... I'm just glad Anthropic did not let them use it for their weapons of war. From what I understand, Anthropic told the government, like, we don't think it's ready. And the government wanted to use it anyway. So, I mean, if someone hacked the NSA, then what's to stop them from hacking weapons of war? Like, that's the crazy thing, like with AI, for how much good it can do, it's all about the user. People can use it to do bad things too, so definitely got to stay on top of it to make sure that people are using it for the right reasons. Few months, you think, and we'll have open source similar power. That's where I think too. I think it's only a matter of time before these things get fixed. It's all just like growing pains with AI. I don't think AI is gonna stop. They need to catch up. From what you're reading, they already have Mythos 6 or whatever they call it trained. That's what I was hearing too, is that, you know, whatever Claude has released to us, they probably already got like the next version ready. It's just not ready for them to use. It's just not ready for them to release to the public yet. So, but I mean, even Claude though, like even Claude had that. That was a couple months ago. I remember Claude, I don't think hacked is the right word, but they had, I think it was the Claude Code, like source code got hacked. Maybe it was like got released or something. So even they had to like learn from that and get better. Last year it was the same for Opus. It was only for max subscriptions. That's interesting because I didn't start using Opus for coding up until like 6 months ago, maybe. So that is interesting to know. Getting an education today, that's been like the theme of today. Like the first video I saw today when I started researching was all about, you know, the government banning AI and like getting into local AI now becoming more important as like insurance, and downloading some of these models just so you have them on your computer if you need them. And now you're coming through giving me this like the other side of the story that I didn't understand of like why this is all happening. Wow. So much to learn. Gotta stay caught up. I feel like if I took like a month off from learning this, it would take me like 2 months to catch up. And I'm getting so close to like catching up to like where things are. Because a lot of these new updates are like hype in a way that they're really, they sound like they're brand new, but then when I check out what they're doing, it's really like something that like 90% I was already doing with like some other process. But that Fable 5, that was like the biggest like noticeable upgrade in like how powerful AI was. Definitely that AI FOMO. And I've seen from like putting in so much effort to like get to where I'm at right now, it's like I don't want to like slow down. I gotta like keep my foot on the gas and keep learning and stay up to date. Not just like the opportunity cost of how much time it's gonna take me if I stop following this stuff, but just knowing what's possible. Like even just you coming through and letting me know about the command for the agent view. And just as soon as I saw that, I'm like, okay, I'm already right away seeing the potential of how I can get way more done. And that motivates me so much in AI, of seeing my to-do list and how it stacks up and all the things I want to do and processes I want to automate and finding ways to do it all quicker. And it's crazy because like thinking of how things were before AI and how slow things, like just looking back like 2 years ago to where it is now and thinking where it's going to be 2 years from now. Wow. New wave. Wow. Oh yeah, that's what I was doing. What happened with that? Okay, crash dumps, none. Crash folder empty. Showing like my stream today has been 4.5 hours, no breaks, which is not true because it shut down and restarted twice. Nothing in Windows app error log, nothing in the system log. Claude's not finding any evidence that OBS crashed or there was anything in my computer that would have caused it to. Says it's probably not a true process crash, it's more of a transient freeze. Capture source going blank that recovered. And it's telling me most likely it is a setting I have on my computer that I should try changing. So I guess all I can do is try turning off that setting and see if it stops it from cutting out and cutting back in again. It can even, and then it's letting me know that it can set up a process to watch in the background, so next time it does it, it'll catch it right away and then like diagnose it. Wow. Man, give thanks every time. This is like the next level. So looking back at the chat, you love that non-tech people can do what you don't want to do. No doubt. And I love that tech people can help me understand what I'm doing so much better. And I'm super grateful for that. So basically, I think for you, that means like you can just hire people that don't have a tech background, and now you can train them to do the stuff you don't want to do. And that's all about. That's what this is all about. Getting everything automated so you can just focus on the you know, the high level CEO, CTO task. Right? You tell them to ask AI. That's what I've been doing so much now is people people asking me how am I doing what I'm doing, and I'm like, just ask AI. And they just seem like in awe, like they didn't know it was so easy. like 5 years ago, 10 years ago, it was like telling everyone like just Google it. Now it's like just ask AI. But yeah, this is the future. This is so awesome. Alright, so let's see, where was I? I feel like, yeah, I've been going on like 5 hours. Definitely needing a break. That's why you're working on Hermes. Same here. I feel like that's just like the next like graduation in AI is like you find out everything that's possible to be done, and then I just end up like with this like massive list of stuff that I need to do. And then I find out about how Hermes agent, I can like automate this stuff so it just runs in the background and does things, and I can just focus on doing one task at a time, making it like work good, delegating it to a Hermes agent, and then move on to the next task. Get it working right, delegate it to the Hermes agent, and then I can just keep doing that until like essentially I'm running a whole corporation of Hermes agents. And I think that's the future. I think that is the future. Everyone just gets like 100 times more powerful. So respect every time. Run it on Slack or somewhere. So this is the other thing is I feel like, you know, that's what I'm looking at, different places to run Hermes. I know like just the desktop for Hermes just came out. So right now I'm running it on desktop, but it looks like what the future is making my own custom dashboard for Hermes. So if I can basically code like how I want Hermes to run, how I want to control it, and then I can make it on my own custom dashboard that I can run on the cloud, and I can just like, you know, do whatever I'm doing that I'm away from my computer. Because from what I understand, most people are using like Telegram. I don't know Slack too well, but that's like the next step is understanding better ways to run Hermes, so it's more efficient. And that sounds like customizing the process. And Freedom DAO, respect every time. What is up? Hopefully you're doing good. But I myself, I need to take a break. I think I only stopped for like 10 minutes. I've been working straight for like 5 hours now. And it's I don't want to stop working, but I know I need to take a break. So this was a good stream. Living the dream. Have a good day to you guys too, and respect in everything you do. It is definitely break time, so I'll be back on another day with something new to say and something new to do. Always coming through with something new. I think I'm going to play a game of chess and just rest and meditate for at least like a half hour and get my mind blank. Rest my mind. Go ground yourself in the grass. Stand in the dirt. Get the electrodes flowing up through your body from the earth. That is a good thing to do. So alright, that's it for today. Hopefully you guys got a lot of value off of what I had to say and do. So until next time when I come through with something new, I'm out for today. Thank you for your help. You definitely helped me a ton. Opened my eyes to some next level stuff. And no bluff. It was very valuable. So I'm out without a doubt.